Okay, good morning, guys. Another week begins. So I'm going to be resuming some of the sculpts from last week. Did the pirate captain, we did the Sagan priestess. Just got these two guys done. Next up, I'm going to be doing a half-orc rat catcher. Another tavern patron. So let's get stuck in. Start by bringing in the base mesh to work on. Human base mesh to start with. There's always excess bits in here where I started making bent arms and stuff like that to save myself a little bit of time, but it never really worked. Okay. It's a relic from the past there, that little rectangle you just saw me delete. That was a base tab, which never ever actually got used. It was something I built originally because I was going to do all my models with base tabs on. Or rather, I did all my models with base tabs on in the very, very first set of releases. I started moaning about them and I didn't like them and I had to remove them. That was me being old school, I think. Okay, so half-orc rat catcher. Let's get some tweaks on the proportions. I'm going to make him quite bulky. Do I make him bulky? Yeah, I'll make him bulky. So he's going to be bigger as well. So ignore the position of the head and stuff at the moment. But slightly bigger arms, bigger hands. If it was worth, he's going to have bigger legs as well, so. Thicken up his ankles a little bit because they look a bit pathetic or ridiculous. I imagine a rat catcher in Baldur's Gate would probably do a pretty decent living, to be honest. Temporarily forgot where that button was. Morning, Bunker. How we doing, mate? Yeah, he's got to work on his legs a little bit, hasn't he? How's your weekend, mate? To build a little in a bed. So it turns out she's got a funny shaped room, basically. And it's a little box room, so for storage it's a little bit weak. So I'll find a picture actually, I'm sure I'll have an image of it. So I took a chest of drawers, built a bed on top of a chest of drawers. There you go. This is my weekend building this thing. Nice big sturdy bed. Now I've just got to build some stairs going up this side up here, and then like a little headboard thing at the top. And that's them. That's it done then. Oh, and the guards on the sides, obviously. I should just roll off. Killed me though. I tell you what, chop saw makes light work of it all then. Normally I'd have been out there with a handsaw doing that. I thought this time I won't. I'll leave the handsaw. Bought myself a chop saw, and I'm cursing myself for not doing it previously, for not buying one before. Cheers, man. You know, how have I lived without a chop saw for all this time? You get up to anything nice this weekend then, mate? Yeah, that's the one, mate, yep. Little lever arm kind of jobby. I'll say it's far better than than the handsaw type things. Because normally what I end up doing is when I do one of these like jobs where I need to use a saw, I end up having to buy a new saw, because if you ever try to cut anything with a blunt saw, it's bloody awful. And I thought rather than spending money on another handsaw and another one every time I have to do a job, because obviously I had to do the studding in the wall in here to build the wall, so I thought I've got chopping there as well. With all the different jobs I've got going on, it was like, well, the more manual cutting I end up having to do, the longer it's going to take me to get any of these jobs done. And I ain't got the luxury of time at the moment. I've got so much going on, and I'm behind on sculpts and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, combination of everything. It was like, you know, let's just buy a bloody chop saw and have done with it. But yeah, great investment. Oh right, how's your plastering getting on? How's your bathroom going then? To be honest, mate, it's a small thing. It's a tabletop one. I haven't really got space for it either. So this thing is like it's about the size of a mixer in terms of its physical space. It's got a little clamp on it, so you can clamp the wood in place. I think ideally, really, it needs to be screwed to a table or something like that for a bit more stability. But because you can only chop planks of wood, it's not too bad. Also, I've just used it on the garden table. It's horrible, isn't it? Having the house in disarray while your work's going on. So what for you? You got a tradesman doing it. My house is a mess because of me. I've got the wife moaning at me all the time because I've got the unfinished jobs. So when are you going to get in and finish that? When I get a minute. I've got loads of wood chopping still to do, and it's been raining for like, well, all day yesterday. I was planning on finishing it, to be honest, but couldn't get out there to do the wood cutting. I didn't want to start doing it in the house because it's kicking up sawdust everywhere. Obviously, all right if you got a dedicated spot to do it, but we've had to move Little into our bedroom, so we're sleeping downstairs in like the front room on a sofa bed. So we got incentive to finish quick, you know what I mean? Right, so these characters I'm doing at the moment. Morning, what the forge are you doing? To be honest, mate, I've tried that. Yeah, this is a mess. Yeah, I know it's a mess because I'm working on it. I'll hurry up and finish. Well, I've got other stuff to do. Well, you're welcome to come and join. You know, if you want to do a bit of painting or something like that, feel free. So right, so the characters I'm working on at the moment, these are patrons for the Elsong Tavern. But they should all be fairly usable as like D&D characters, whether they're NPCs or player characters either, you know what I mean? So that's the plan. He's got a weird jaw at the moment anyway, we just sort this out. I extruded the bottom out and then stretched the bottom out rather, and then didn't bloody fill the rest in. What have you been up to? What the forge? You selling more of your gubbins? I forget what you call them now. Little pipes, aren't they? Fantasy basketball teams, that's novel. You're doing a step up from like Blood Bowl then? You're going for what your plan? Morning, AD, how you doing? Yeah, not too bad. Busy weekend. Aching a little bit because of all the graft I've been doing, but. Oh, you finished Retop Arena. Nice, mate. You lost a battle with yourself. Oh dear, you bought the monitor. Fair play. Forge, if you want to share the link for your basketball stuff and show some of the, I can show some of it off on stream for you. You want to ping me a link on Discord or pop it in the chat here. Any regrets, Aid, or are you pleased with your purchase? Or has it not arrived yet? Oh, eager beaver then. All excited. You don't want to deal with it. Oh, jeez. Oh, come on. What are you playing at, Zbrush? I ain't done nothing. Let me save this, because the last time I did this, last time I was working on this file, Zbrush was a dick. You gotta remodel your room to make it. Dude, don't buy monitors that don't fit in your house. It's what I was saying though, isn't it? I always, if I make a purchase, I always do it based on the space it's got to go into. Wouldn't buy one and create a new space. That's just crazy stuff, mate. That's dedication, that is. Oh yeah, you were saying before. That's fair enough. I say, you know, you spend your money how you want to spend your money, innit? Whatever floats your boat. And Christmas is coming up, so it's just a guys. Let me just pop you on mute a second because I've just got a call coming in. Okay. I missed it. Exactly, yeah. Christmas present for yourself. You got to treat yourself, haven't you? I mean, what's the point in going to work and, like, you know, slaving away and stuff like that if you don't get to treat yourself? mess his beard up a little bit later. Bring this down and put in some like little raidy bits on the side of his head. And one at the back, I think. So it's usually a really good idea to turn symmetry off before you start finishing hair up, so we're off with symmetry now. Which look a little bit scruffy in there. Let's see what you're saying, Aid. I want to see how big it is. I want to touch it and play with it. Yeah, we know you're talking about your monitor, but you're right. It's amusing reading that out of context. Won't be nice in Zbrush. What's up? Why not? Do you think it'll lag the performance, do you reckon? That because of having to render it so big? Do you know what? Honestly, I don't ever remember. I don't remember. I can never remember like a resolution thing or screen resolution kind of having that big an impact on it. Not that I noticed anyway, but then again, all my monitors are probably still in 1080s. I probably never did upgrade properly. You cheeky bastard. You're probably right then. It's all foggy out. Oh, the weekend, yeah, it was terrible. I went to a boxing match on Friday night to egg my mate on. It was his first. It was a charity one, like, but it was his first boxing match in 8 years or something like that, 9 years. I mean, we always take the piss out of him, but to be honest, he was bloody brilliant. He was ever so good. His fight was one of the, well, probably the highlight of the whole thing, and not just because I knew him, not because he was his mate, but like in terms of like the quality of the fight. But yeah, really good. But I drove to, it was at Moseley Rugby Club. And oh god, it was raining, it was foggy, it was just bloody horrible. So on the way back you had a police flash you, oh god. You get pulled, you get a write-up and a ticket then? Or was it just a little warning to slow down in the fog? Here's a funny story for you. So years ago, I was literally on my way, first day to a job in Warwick, and I was driving through. Like when I'd gone to the interviews and stuff, I'd gone in a particular way. But on my first day, I had to start a little bit later because they weren't running inductions till like 10 o'clock. So they told me to get there for 10. So I left a little bit later than usual. Put my sat nav on. And as the sat nav starts up, kicks in, it starts sending me off a different route. And do you ever have one of those moments where you think you know where you're going, and then your sat nav sends you somewhere different? You're like, ooh, a new route. I wonder if it knows something I don't. Let's see where it's going to take us. So I did that. Anyway, long and short of it, I ended up having a crash on my first day of a new job. So, fantastic start. Had to miss my first day, phone my new boss and say, look, I just written my car off. And it wasn't me that had written my car off, but basically what happened was we're in this like country lane, and it was a completely blind junction with like overgrown hedges on it, and it was a cross junction, and I couldn't see what was coming. I had to creep forwards and forwards and forwards to be able to kind of see what was coming. And then obviously by the time I could see what was coming, this woman had come bombing down the road at about 70 miles an hour and ripped the front off my car. So because I had to cross a giveaway line for the privilege of getting crashed into, I had to go on one of these driver training awareness courses that, like the speed awareness ones, but with the driving assessment at the end. Anyway, there was a woman on the driving assessment with on the speed awareness bit at the beginning. Well, she was on the whole thing. She had the assessment at the end, and we all pissed ourselves laughing when she told us why she was there. She's one of these nervous drivers that hesitates and winds you up when you're stuck behind them. And she got a guy behind her who was bibbing his horn at her and waving his arms, and she was getting flustered because she basically wasn't going at a T-junction. And every time she had an opportunity to go, she hesitated and didn't go. This guy's rubbing his horn at her, razzing his horn, beeping, swearing, waving his arms, revving his engine, and she basically just under pressure put her foot down and went and T-boned a police car at the junction. So yeah, you couldn't write this shit, you know what I mean? It's just like, we were just sitting there, like as she was explaining it, we were all killing ourselves laughing. She's like, I don't think it was very funny. And she's one of these like, middle-aged women with no sense of humour. God, it was funny though. Well, my favourite bit was there was a little one of these young roadmen on the speed awareness course. Obviously, he left at the thing, so he'd clearly just been pulled in for speeding. And the centre where they did the training, it was in Solihull. I don't know if you know Solihull well, mate, but the the hotel it's at is opposite the Touchwood car park entrance, and just up from there is a police station. Anyway, they clearly know that this is where people go because they've been speeding. This guy comes out of the speed awareness course, having sat there like, just skiving it basically most of the way. Gets into a bright orange chavved up car, puts his foot down and floors it out of the car park, literally to the sound of blue lights and sirens coming on, because the police car followed him straight out of the car park. So yeah, multiple points of amusement on that one day. Although obviously I was less than amused about having to be there at all in the first place. Right. Do I have some sculpting this guy? I'm kind of thinking he looks bugbearish almost. Oh, also guys, if you're into like comedy actions or comedy action films and series rather, there's a series on Netflix at the moment called Obliterated, and I started watching it the other night and it was funny as anything, man. Really worth a watch. Do you know what, guys, I've got to apologise, I'm not on multi-stream chat here. I am now. If anybody's been on Facebook or YouTube chatting, I've forgotten to switch over, so I've not seen any chat coming in, sorry. And when I click on it, brilliantly, it doesn't show me any kind of like legacy stuff pre-clicking. So unfortunately your comments are lost in the ether. I'm sure they actually do exist on YouTube and Facebook, but well, the easy way is to use the multi-stream chat, but I've got to remember to switch onto it. So the problem is, like, in Streamlabs, what we have is you've got Twitch stream and multi-stream, and I can't comment directly into the multi-stream. I have to switch over to Twitch if I'm going to type in the comments. So if I was going to put a code in, or I'm going to use one of the commands or something like that, which I know obviously Bunker normally does for me or whatever, but if I was going to go and do that, or say if I've got a call on and I just need to kind of give you guys a heads up about something, then yeah, I can't do it if I'm on the multi-stream. I've got to be on the Twitch stream to be able to do it. But then obviously while I'm on the Twitch stream, I'm not on the you know, the multi-stream chat then. So I'm just going to check something. Interesting. That is not what I put. You couldn't have got that more wrong. .020. Oh, I don't know. Just have to call it back and see. I was like, oh, your legs are, you're just working out. Get a panic attack during a workout. Do you know, one of my mates had something similar years ago. We started going to the gym together. When I actually used to go to the gym before I had kids and stuff. Went to the gym together, and by the time we got to the end of the gym, he was throwing up. He'd be sick every single time, and I think that might have been something similar. Let's get some bits and just build this guy up a bit before I start detailing too much. Let's get a belt on. Let's get some. Duplicate that actually. Morning, Riz. How you doing, mate? Keeping well there, dude? Just saying, mate, it was my mate's boxing match on Friday just gone. We went down to the old Moseley Rugby Club for the match up. And it's quite interesting. Quite a good match. It's far better than we gave him credit for, to be honest. Govi's doing really well, thanks. I'm much better than I was before. And I do think, I'll be honest, I think having the petition wall up in here, the air's definitely cleaner in my office space, and it's made an awful lot of difference to me actually being able to kind of come in here and work without all the fumes and stuff. So yeah, I would advise anybody who is doing any 3D printing not to have it in your actual office space. You want a dedicated room, or at least some like really bloody good extraction. So I feel like a new man now having that having that separation. I've been in here for 3 years with the printer in the same space. And obviously since I know I've been coughing because of like the COVID and whatever else, but since it's gone, I don't feel like half as bad with it. What have you been up to anyway, mate? It's been a while since we had a chin mag. Plans for Christmas, mate? You got any anything going on? How do they celebrate Christmas in Japan, actually? Is it a big thing over there, or I imagine they've probably picked up all the commercial aspects of it. Oh, fair enough. I thought they'd be all over it, to be honest. Like the old Only Fools and Horses Christmas special and all that kind of business. I was going to say the Queen's speech, but it'll be the King's speech this year, won't it? Fair enough, mate. Got a proper good Christmas pudding in. Some mince pies. The mince pies is what I'd miss if I didn't. I couldn't get them. Oh yeah, I imagine. Like anywhere, isn't it? You can get the stuff. You can get stuff, but you're gonna pay for it if it's speciality things. Remember, I used to love mince pies as a kid, and went round to one of my mates' houses. He's Scottish. His mom's very, from Glasgow. They're very, very, very Scottish. And I remember talking about mincemeat pies, and I was like, ugh, no. You know, I was like, make the pie with mincemeat. I'm like, that's not a mince pie. Turns out it was. Except it's not meat, which I never understand. I never understand why they call it mincemeat. Because obviously mincemeat is minced beef, isn't it, to us? And yet at the same time, we also use the word mincemeat to describe the filling of a mince pie, which fucking baffles me. Ah, no, Stollen, yeah, I like that. I love a bit of Stollen. Got to have a good, healthy amount of marzipan through the middle of it, though. It can be quite dry sometimes, though, can't it? It's like, I've had some really nice Stollen, I've had some really bad Stollen. Aldi Stollen's really good, actually. And Lidl, actually, for that matter. But it's got expensive. It's really got expensive, actually. We used to buy the Stollen bites from Aldi. I think they're like, we used to pay like maybe like £2 for a box or something like that. It's like £4.50 or something now for the same box. If anybody's missed what I'm making, by the way, half-orc rat catcher to be a patron at the Elf Song Tavern, Baldur's Gate. So I am behind on my sculpts. This is part of my November release. Anybody subscribed in November is going to be getting them. So, well, yeah, I mean, I'd expect that in Japan, to be honest, but obviously we're paying the same kind of prices here now, and it's it's mad. Oh, I know we're in December, mate. No, I'm really behind because of being ill last month, and I say with the COVID and like various other bits going on, and then running behind in November has had a bit of a knock-on effect as well. In October, because I had that secret squirrel commission crop up, which basically went out to down tools for 3 weeks and do nothing but it. You know, it was a decent commission and I needed to bank the money for it, so it's like I can't say no. But equally, it's been done at detriment to the rest of my workload, and I'm still trying to catch up now, which obviously is not a great place to be in. But I have got a little ace up my sleeve as well for December, so I've got I made these nice little skeletal dwarfs a while back. I was going to release as a Kickstarter, but I don't think I'm actually going to do that Kickstarter now. So I'll throw the skeletal dwarfs out in this month's set. So we've got a little kickstart on the sculpting already. Should be able to bring it back now. Catch up and bring it all back in. What is that there, Bunker? Co-op bakery. I was reading the every year I always read the is it the witch mince pie review. They go and test mince pies from different places, tell you which ones are the best. And I think this year's one I think came out. Oh no, actually that was Bailey's. That was a Bailey's knockoff. No, I haven't read the mince pie one for this year. Sorry, I'm lying. See, I'm thinking about Bailey's. Incidentally, the Bailey's knockoffs, Aldi is the second best one, and theirs is like £4 or something ridiculous, proper cheap. And then they've got Marks and Spencer's. I think was the next one. It was like £12 normally. Bailey's is like £12 reduced at Christmas. It's when it's on offer, but the Marks and Spencer's one was the best quality, but it was the most expensive of the knockoffs. And then the Lidl one, you shouldn't touch that with a shitty stick, from the sound of things. So. The Old World. I don't know. Have they not started releasing stuff for that, or have they? Do a quick Google search. Yeah, it says there's no certain release date at the moment. Earliest date is winter 2023, which is now anyway, but 2024 seems more likely. Sorry, man. I'll just stick to scratching at the screen instead. So the dude I'm making at the moment is a half-orc rat catcher. He's one of the patrons from the Elf Song Tavern. So I'll tell you what I've got to make. So he's the one I'm doing at the moment. His name's Wall Knightley. Then I've got to make, after this one, Lala Stout, a scar-faced halfling burglar flipping a coin. Then I've got Willow Brownbug, a neutral good, strong heart halfling druid, who is a snooty apothecary with a colourful cape. Then we've got Rahima Sajiressa, lawful neutral acolyte of Savras, god of divination and fate, a gregarious astrologer who loves to gamble. Olaric Whitmurth, an impoverished playwright who scribbles his private thoughts and observations in a small book. And Scrawldor Fane, a punch-drunk shipwright with no eyebrows. I just love the kind of the description of that last one. So I thought I'd start with a half-orc, because he was the one who was most interested to me. I mean, the impoverished playwright, I'm obviously going to struggle to step away from the whole William Shakespeare vibe on that one, I think, so. I might make him look like David Mitchell, so it's like what's the something Crow, isn't it? Oh, what's he called now? What's the one where he's basically Shakespeare? Upstart Crow, is it, or something like that? You work with the William Shakespeare. Often get the piss taken out of him then. Was he nicknamed the Bard or anything? You don't know what he does. Riz, I am HR. Take it up with the boss. I am the boss. I was saying it earlier as well. Have you seen the series Obliterated on Netflix yet? It is funny, man. So basically, the first episode of it, you got all these like elite special forces people who are kind of trying to stop this like Russian guy from selling a nuke. And they're on like an undercover operation in Las Vegas. Anyway, long and short of it, they capture the Russian guy, they capture the nuke, everything's good. And then they decide that they're owed a holiday because they've been on this like sting operation for like 4 months or something like that. They need a vacation, so they go mental in Vegas, and it's like the Hangover kind of thing. It's like that level of craziness kind of kicks in, and they're just taking everything they can get their hands on. There's like a camel in the room. Everything just goes mental, right? It's like full on, It is like the Hangover. It's as kind of crazy as that. And then they get the phone call to say that the nuke that they've captured was not real, and that the real one's still there, and they've got 6 hours to get to find it and capture it and return it. But obviously at this point, every single one of the special forces guys is completely off their tits, and they're basically like, they're just not fit for anything, but they're out there trying to get the nuke back again. And like I say, I've watched the first episode of it so far and like a bit of the second one, and it's just funny. But yeah, definitely well worth a watch. I forgot I got two then. Bloody hell's running across my roof. Alright, so about working with William Shatner, William Shakespeare. My last job when I first started, my boss is a bit of a prankster, and they're the kind of company where they like to wind you up a lot. You know, they'll just take the mick. So you could never quite believe anything he was telling you. And like, he used to phone up and just do prank phone calls and stuff all the time. You know, really kind of like hard work sometimes. But there was a guy who was an engineer in the engineering department, funnily enough, and his name was Michael Hunt, and he actually used Mike rather than Michael. And I got told to go and see him for a report about an incident that happened. And I just sat down and was like, "You're taking a piss, aren't you?" Like, there is no way there is somebody called Mike Hunt. Like, I'm going to go over there asking for Mike Hunt, and they're all going to laugh, and it's going to be, you know, a running joke kind of thing. Absolutely 100% genuine. It's the one time they actually weren't taking the piss, which surprised me immensely. But you'd call yourself Michael, wouldn't you, or use your middle name or something? Like, how many minutes have we got to do? 4, I think, 4 more. So I've already done these 2. That's the wrong file. These 2. So we've got the pirate captain and the Sargin priestess. And then I've got the half-orc, the halfling, and the halfling and the half-orc, the halfling, and the druid are probably going to be the 3 most complicated ones. And I imagine the drunk shipwright, the impoverished playwright, and the gambling astrologer, I think will be fairly straightforward, because they're going to be. I mean, they're blatantly like non-combatants, aren't they? So they're not really going to have much use outside of the immediate purpose, but I think these guys will. But we've got a load of stuff going on for Crystal Collapse at the moment as well, so we've got to get I've got to finish off the last model for them, for that one. So that's ready to go. Because that is virtually ready for release now, Crystal Collapse actually. Max has had to jump back on Nanolith again very briefly. But he's just had the first test print copy of... In fact, I need to call him on that one actually, because he's supposed to be getting me pictures of that so we can showcase it and show it off online. Yeah, we need to get the photos of the new rulebook up online. and I've just sculpted as well. I don't think I showed you guys actually, but this is a new piece I've sculpted for Crystal Collapse. This is one of our crystal markers. So I'm going to print this in clear resin, so you'll be able to stick a little tea light underneath, a little battery powered tea light thing under it, and then illuminate the whole thing, make it glow, or wire in an LED, whatever you like. We're doing 3 more character silhouettes and turn them into 2D concepts. For your 2D stuff, Ada, have you tried Clip Studio? I kind of decided I really like Clip Studio. To the point I've actually bought a second license, so I've got it on both machines now. I've got it on my tablet and on my PC. Really good. I say you've got some nice. It's good because obviously it's a one-off license, so you know, unless you're paying for the Adobe suite or whatever, generally anyway, because you've got to, or you've got access to a free copy of it, then fine. But the Clip Studio is a one-off fee for a perpetual license, or you can sign up for a kind of a subscription thing. Well there you go, your sound. You're not in any need for it. Yeah, I was going to say, it's really good for like the anime type stuff. It's got one of the things I quite like about it, it's got the lazy mouse type function in it, so you can smooth your strokes as you're drawing, which I don't know if Photoshop's got that or not, but obviously I know Clip Studio does. I mean, I've still got Photoshop CS3. Going back a while now, that is, you know what I mean? So that's the version I still use, but I haven't had an update to it for a long time, and I don't really fancy signing up and buying another subscription service if I can help it. So I say I bought Clip Studio, give that a go, and yeah, I really like it actually. Oh no. Is it? Do you know my biggest beef with Photoshop? And I don't know if the new version is going to be the same. But when I've got Zbrush running and I've got Photoshop on, Photoshop steals the sensitivity from the pen, so I can't actually then apply any pressure sensitivity to my sculpting until I've shut Photoshop down, then shut Zbrush down, and then reboot Zbrush. Now I had the exact same thing on the Wacom as well. Yeah, I've had it on every device I've used, every computer I've used. I've had the same thing. It seems to be specifically just Photoshop just takes the priority. No, didn't want that. Just went on one side. Bit thick. But you've had it as well though, so it's not just me. It's always comforting to know. I'm not alone in my suffering. You know, first world problems and all that. I mean, I'm being dramatic, but. Oh, God. You know what? You're probably going to have to allocate a portion of the screen because. Are you using a Wacom tablet? Like a black panel type one. You're not tempted to pick up a like a Huion or something like that, a graphics monitor that you can just draw straight onto? I mean, I know you've got your monster monitor now and everything else, but I don't think I could go back to like an Intuos type tablet now. Oh, I love Mido. See, I've never had any dramas with mine, like actually physically using it. So bear in mind, I've been using like drawing tablets now for since 2010. So actually no, sorry, back in 2010 I was using like a Wacom Bamboo or something like that. It's about 2014, I think, 2013, 2014, I think I switched to a kind of an actual display. Yeah, I use a Huion Canvas, I do, mate, so it's a Huion Canvas 20, they don't even do it anymore, they do the 22 and the 19, so see, I really rate on what I do. I'm a big fan of the canvas. I can't imagine. I can't imagine anybody who's doing kind of like sculpting work or graphics work or anything else kind of would not get on with them. Hey, don't worry, I still love you even though you're a heretic. Do you know, for me it's the instant feedback. It's like literally knowing immediately that I'm doing the right thing, or that what I'm doing is working, do you know what I mean? Like being able to see it there and then just like take shape. I don't slouch. I've got my monitor on a kind of a 45-degree angle, and I'm kind of sat back in my chair with my back against the only thing I could do with, I suppose, would it be lifted up a bit higher, just from a posture point of view. But I mean, honestly, I had more back problems when I worked in an office. Trying to work on the fixed screen and all that kind of stuff. That caused me more dramas. What's going on now? It's what you're used to, isn't it? You're right. It's not going to make you a better artist. Like having something like this is not the answer to getting good. Like if you're not good with an Intuos or whatever else, then like having this is not gonna kind of solve it for you. The tool is a tool, isn't it? It's exactly that. It's let's say for me, I prefer that immediate visual feedback of knowing my pen's in the right place and whatever else, rather than having to interpret from the screen to the pen or pen to the screen. Yeah, exactly. It's like it's horses for courses, isn't it? Got a belt buckle on here. Yes, I have. Elbow pad. So I've got one of these like padded kind of big ass kind of gaming mats. You know, the ones that are like a big neoprene kind of thingy pad. My arm's resting on that, so I don't tend to get the elbow pain. Surprisingly, I don't have any issues, touch wood, with the ergonomics or anything like that of my entire setup. I'm pretty good with it all, to be fair. coffee, so I'm going to have to go and get the top up in a minute. Do a quick save. Yeah, I'll tell you one of the biggest kind of ergonomic issues, or what do you call it, like DSE issues you're going to experience like in the modern day, I suppose. There's this thing called forward head posture, basically like Mr. Burns syndrome. So your head weighs roughly about the same as a bowling ball. So when you're sitting there and you're holding the bowling ball in your wrist is, you know, your wrist can take the strain while the bowling ball's in an upright position if you're holding it. But if you cock your wrist forwards and you're holding your wrist like at an angle, and the ball's kind of, you know, put your hand into like a kind of an emu type mock pose. Imagine you're holding a bowling ball there. Imagine the strain is going to be going down your wrist and down your forearm. Your neck's doing the same as that. So every time your head is your head's in an upright position on your neck's designed to hold it there. In an upright position, but every inch you lean forward effectively doubles the weight of your head. So you lean your head forward 1 inch, you're actually putting like, what's that, 20 pound of pressure on your neck muscles. You go forward 2 inches, it's like doubled up to 40, and so on and so on. The problem is, after a period of time of doing this an awful lot, and bearing in mind sitting there, you know, slouching while you're driving, sitting there looking at your phone in your hand, which is going to be the killer for a lot of people. All of those kind of things, they all compound, and eventually what happens is the muscles in the back of your neck, your scapular retractors, they end up stretching, and they can't retract back, and that's when you end up with this, like, your head is in this permanent forward position. You see it a lot actually when you're walking around. If you just have a little nosy around at people, you can see where people have been affected by it. Ideally, yeah. I mean, for me, I can sit back and I'm without looking down. I'm using my eyes to glance down rather than forward. So for me, a slightly downward position is preferable. But I always say, the top of your monitor should be at eye level, and it's so you can sit upright and have your back straight, and you want your neck, you want your neck straight and your head kind of like straight up on top of your neck. So it's all about good posture and stuff like that, but it obviously affects you in a lot of ways, and you get a lot of back pain. There are some exercises you can do if you suffer with it. Yeah, exactly. And again, it's the position of everything. Make sure your keyboard and all your equipment is sat so you can minimise those repeated head movements. Sure it is, Abe. You don't need to justify it to us, man. See, I would imagine you could just have multiple browsers side by side like you would on multiple monitors, do you know what I mean? That'd be my inclination with it, rather than going full window on them. I mean, I used to, again, back in the office, I used to have 2 monitors, but I used to have them on top of each other, so one above the other. I had a third one as well, which was for the operating system for the building management system, but that was like to the side, and I only had to use that when I needed it. But in terms of actually physically working on multiple monitors, I mean, at the moment I've got the same again. I've got my screen on the desk in front of me, my tablet, and I've got my second monitor directly above it. So I'm not turning my head left and right at any point. I'm just looking up and down. Up and down feels a little bit more less strenuous, I suppose. So I can just glance with my eyes as well without having to really move my head. I think I'd work in window mode on your new monitor, Aid, with the size of the thing. Because otherwise everything's going to be like on my mother-in-law's phone, where she's got like enormous font sizes and stuff. Or you're going to bombard yourself with like masses of blank space and things from websites that aren't designed to cater for that size screen. What do you think, do you think Zbrush will benefit from having a bigger screen? Well, you definitely have to give us a bit of feedback on it next time we chat after you've had a good go with it. And obviously we want to know how you get on with your games as well. I want a photo of you sat in your rig like an excited child. Playing with your new toy. Diamond 3 in Valorant. That's alien speak, mate. I don't know what you're talking about. So Valorant is a game then, yeah? What, Counter-Strike? Oh, I got you. Yeah, do you know, there was a mate of mine. He used to have a sim rig kind of thing, and he used to play. I think it was Colin McRae. Colin McRae Rally. He used to play on it. And he was mad into it. He was. Finals. I'll tell you what, mate, you're making me feel really out of touch. I used to know all about all this kind of stuff, and I'm just like, no. just no. Do you know what I think it is actually though? Since I've been working on my own, since I've not been working with other people, The other people I used to work with were game enthusiasts, and they'd talk to me about stuff, and I'd kind of get a feel for what was coming out and what was going on. But now, because I don't have that kind of, like, you know, kitchen interaction with people and stuff like that. It's it's down to you guys to keep me informed. So when I'm hearing stuff from you, like, it's the first time I'm hearing about it. I'm like, nope, makes me feel like an old pleb. See, I never played the Counter-Strike one. Remember, I played Red Faction. Red Faction was the one where you could smash all the, like, everything was destructible, wasn't it? All the walls and the Do you know what? When he had the really big thick arms then, I got an urge to turn him into a pimp. Give him a big fur coat. Oh, do you know, I don't know if I talked to you about this or not, but I did a virtual reality escape room recently. So we had, do you know the escape hunt places? They've started doing like outdoor ones, but they've also started doing VR ones. So the VR one, like at Resorts World near where I live, like the NEC in Birmingham, they've got like a couple of VR ones, and the one we did, it was called, I can't remember what it was called now. It's basically like about a kind of a devil worshipping cult anyway. It's a lot more visual than a kind of a normal escape room, but it's got limitations because of VR, and I've never done VR before. I found it really kind of hard work. Oh, I've not. Yeah, I would hate that as well. Got escape rooms at work. That's like every bloody day, isn't it? Just waiting for the clock to tick down so you can leave. Well, thankfully, I've never experienced one of them. But the one we did. Oh, see, we did one as a Christmas kind of team building type thing once, and it was again at Escape Hunt, and that was quite a good one actually because it was World War II code breakers, and they split us into two teams, and we raced against each other. But it was like it was a night out, so we followed it up with kind of going out and getting hammered. But yeah, the one, the VR one, God, it's jarring, man, because like, you can walk in it and move, and the VR character moves and walks around. Yeah, absolutely, I get you entirely, mate. Any kind of work do is always a bit forced, isn't it? But I mean, I understand as a point of view of like a team building exercise, it's quite a good thing to do because it makes you work together to solve the puzzles and stuff. But yeah, you're right. Would you choose to do it? Would you choose to be there with them, given a choice? No. But yeah, the VR thing, I kept getting bloody tangled up in it. So you're standing there trying to walk and trying to go up to something, and you actually have to use your hand controller thing and point somewhere and click, and it teleports you to where you got to go. So that already breaks the immersion. Do you know what I mean? So like in fact, you can just point and teleport to places. But the problem is then, like, there's like a thing on the floor that's just out of reach of me, and my instinct is to bend down and pick it up, but my head's tethered to the ceiling with this like VR thing, so I can't actually like bend down low enough to reach the floor to pick this thing up. So you have to kind of like, you have to point and click and teleport it into your hand, and again it's just busting the immersion. Do you know what I mean? The whole thing is just feels wrong. And then you want to walk, and you've got to step forward to pick something up that's on a table that's like 2 foot away from you. And again, you want to walk forward and take a step, and you take a step, and then suddenly you're kind of like getting yanked backwards again because you're still tethered to your head. Shh, don't give away the names. So yes, I'm not getting on very well with the whole VR thing, to be honest. It also killed my legs. Like standing up for so long. It just like really wears you out. You know what I mean? Like you got that headset on as well, which weighs a ton. Hey Pointy, how you doing? I imagine you've got a bit more weight on your head, haven't you, in the King's Guard than the VR headset. So the other issue you have with the VR thing is you lose your orientation quite easily when you're looking around, and obviously because you've got all these cables wired up to your head, you have to rotate yourself back around occasionally. So you'll get messages pop up on the screen saying, turn to the left 3 times. Okay, turn to the left. And then you step forward to pick something up, and it teleports you back to the beginning of the bloody room you're in, or whatever it is, because you stepped out of your boundaries and you've got to teleport back. It's just stupid, man. How heavy is the bearskin hat then? So I'd have thought that'd be a major portion of the weight you're lugging around. Oh, guys, I meant to say actually, I might end up having to finish a little bit earlier today because Hayley's got a load of cash from the school PTA thing, the school Christmas fair, that needs banking, and honestly, it weighs a bloody ton. It's all coins and 50p's and 20p's and stuff. So she's asked me if I can give her a hand and to get it all to the bank. So I'll probably be finishing about 1ish, I think. Yeah. It's a trench coat, innit? Big arms and a trench coat. Also needs a big power fist thing. With that. Oh. Oh, right. So, do you know, I've never really thought about about it having like a skeletal structure or anything like that to hold it in shape, but it makes a lot of sense, I suppose. Was it just be a big floppy skin, wouldn't it? Only £1.5. Fair play. Genuinely thought it'd be way heavier than that. Stop rotating. Right, so better let the autosave go through, because otherwise it will just crash on me and I'll be screaming out later because it hasn't autosaved. Right. What kind of traps do you think I should give a rat catcher? Or equipment and stuff, what do you reckon? So technically, from a profile point of view, the guy is a thug. Which alpha's that, Riz? let's do the same again, just change the design a little bit because I don't want it to be too samey. I don't know, that missed the one, missed the tool I'm aiming for and ended up with something completely different as a random effect. And nice one, dude. Have fun, and I'll try and find a bit of time to tune in and watch it. You take it easy and enjoy yourself, dude. Starving, man. Dead rat riz. I'm doing a lot of the details on this rat quite what's the word? Quite coarse and exaggerated, because it is going to be obviously a small detail. Dead rat. We've got a rat catcher model I'm working on at the moment, so I've got to obviously give him a few yeah, it's going to be, it's very coarse and very crass and not very detailed, because it only needs to be there's going to be like 3 or 4 of them hanging off a belt, so just trying to get just enough detail in there just to give us an impression of it without spending too much time over detailing it. And dead rat balls in. Yeah. Yeah, so suck on that, have that. The rat's final victory. How you doing anyway, Foxtrot? Let the auto saves win. I'll have a fig roll. Nice, how long you got? You DMing or you an active gamer? Also known as a player. Player was the word I was looking for. I don't know why the hell I said active gamer. That was retarded, wasn't it? I think you mean actively gaming. Stupid. Fair play. Shrink this rat down and put him in place so I can finish him off. Get the details relative for him. Making quite a big one. Well, thank you, Foxtrot. I've gone a bit too over the top on this guy. He's only supposed to be an NPC in a tavern. Fur him up. It does need a crossbow, matey, you're correct. He is a thug, and a thug comes with a mace and a crossbow. Luckily, I've got one of those, here's one I made earlier type bits. Go to my component library. Weapons, missile, and crossbow. There we go. Well, you can come and watch and learn anytime you like. I do tend to talk through what I'm doing, so if there's any information you want to know what's going on, please feel free to ask at least, anytime you want. Oh, Zbrush. Since 2010. What's that, 14 years nearly? Yeah, it's a bit of a learning curve. I think if you've done other 3D work to start with, it can throw you off a little bit, because if you've worked in things like Maya and 3D Studio Max or any of those kind of things, the interface is so different. If you go in there expecting anything like that, it's going to really kind of give you a curveball. But I mean, the reality of it is, if you kind of think of it more like Photoshop but 3D, it's a little bit easier to get your head around. Yeah, if you've done more of the 2D stuff, Zbrush actually isn't too far, because you're using brushes and kind of alphas and things like that. It's things you'd be more familiar with in a Photoshop kind of setting than you would if you've done. And I'm basically drawing on the detail, aren't you? So. Oh, what's going on there? My Jan plans? I don't even know, mate. Honestly, more of the same. I mean, in all honesty, I need to sort out Crystal Collapse is a major concern. That's gonna get out fast. We need that up on pre-order because we want to be trying to deliver that maybe March, April time, for end of the first quarter. So once that is out, we can start looking at everything else then. But that's going to dictate the nature of the workload going forward, I think. Because if it's a major concern and it becomes like a real big kind of, you know, big earner for us, then it's obviously getting all of our attention. Or priority attention at least. So yeah, we're gonna have to just see how it goes and what happens with it, I think. And obviously there's the thing me and you have been talking about, a 15mm dungeon, which I still want to kind of do. Obviously I need to play catch up on this first, get the backlog, get the backlog out, catch up. What else did ouch. Oh yeah, finish hairing up the rat, he's got a bald arse at the moment. I think once we get on it, I think it'll be quite a quick. Turnaround. I think it's obviously it's just getting to it in the first place. So again, we're talking about probably, I don't know, 40% of the detail of like an average model. We're saying obviously because the detail's so much less, we can do like stock heads, stock leg, you know, stock body parts and stuff like that. And I duplicated that. Yeah. Are you keen to start on it, Riz? If you want to bring it forward and get started sooner, we can always make space for it. Or does it suit you being a bit further off? So if you want to do it and bring it forward, mate, I'm happy to accommodate. Well, my original plan was to get it started around Christmas, so maybe we're still aiming for that. What, you thinking in your 3 weeks off you'd want to get started, do you? I don't know if I could turn it round fast enough for a January Kickstarter. Nice as that would be. I mean, to be fair though, mate, for your bit, if you can get your bit done whenever it suits you, because you wanted to get in on the terrain, didn't you, and get that kind of made up. If you want to have a look at that and get that sorted, then I can get onto the models and stuff once I finish the kind of the December minis. Hey Rosie, how you doing, matey? very well, thank you. Far, far, far better than I have been. Four days for the train, mate. Machine. That's what you are, machine. Have you had a look at all the maps and stuff you need then? Oh, nice, matey. Well done, Rosie. On the printer, not the cold, dude. Yeah, chapter 1 was, what did we say it was going to be? It was the caverns, wasn't it? The cavern bit. I can't remember if there was there an outdoory bit as well, with some trees and forest and things. Yeah, I think we need some trees and stuff like that. Because I think there's a goblin ambush at the beginning of it. If you're a gamer, you didn't hear that. Not that you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, no worries, mate. I'll fire it over again. There you go, Riz. Sent it over, mate. Yeah, that's it. Chapter 1 first. Let's get it done small, because it's a mini one to start with, isn't it? Get it out there, and then if there's an appeal there and people want it, we can say, you know, based on the success of the first one, we either do it or we don't. Because we've got to do something to test the water and figure out where people are at with it. And obviously the worst thing you could do is, you know, commit to a project like this where it's a massive unknown and then have it kind of fall flat on his arse and you know, leave us hanging basically. So yeah, we'll do it in the lowest risk format possible, and then ramp it up afterwards if we need to. What do you reckon, guys? You look rat catchery? Yeah, no worries, Rosie. You take it easy, mate. Thanks for the reminder, matey. Cheers, dude. Yeah, he looks too cool to be just a. Yeah, he does actually, doesn't he? I'll sort that when I pose him up in a bit. I was going to do his hands first. I'm going to do some. Well, first off, I'm going to fatten his hands up because they don't look like orc hands. And then next, I'm going to put a. I'll put more on him yet, mate. But he's a rat catcher as well, so he's probably going to be crawling around on his hands and knees, trying to get into all the little nooks and crannies to fish little buggers out. So you're probably right. Elbows, knees, more pads. Shit, look at all that internal stuff there, man. Let's see if I've deleted all of it yet. Yeah, it's his arms, mate. Yeah, I'm thinking the rat around his waist is the one he's keeping for dinner. I'm possibly going to give him a little cage full of them on his back, hanging next to his crossbow. Yeah, just part one, mate. So just up until the end of the first caverns, I think. Before the guys visit the town for the first time. No. Part 2, Part 3 we'll save for later. I think I did an asset list, to be honest. I don't think it counted the terrain though. Yeah, that's it. It's a series of tunnels and rooms and stuff, and I think we're saying if we can make them modular, so you do a room and a tunnel or whatever it is, and it can kind of plug into the next one. That's probably the best way of doing it. I mean, let's estimate printing on something like a a Saturn 3 or Saturn, so you like a 10-inch build plate. Yeah, that's it. It's that little bit of forest outside the cave, with some trees, and then terrain-wise, that's it for this one. Nice one, matey, nice one. So, and I'll start making the goblins, get the templates made for them, and then we need to sort out some heroes because we ain't gonna be able to sell it without actual hero models. Now the campaign actually comes with some stock profiles, so there's actually 4 heroes, I think, no, more than that actually. There's already a batch of heroes at the beginning which you kind of need for it, so. Sweet, mate. So let me get a 15mm character made and printed first, so we've got a benchmark for it. Because if we need to kind of enhance any of the details and stuff, it's going to be easier to do it on one and then test it than it is to do a load of them and then have to go back and correct. Yeah, mate, I don't think I'm going to have time to do it today because I'm going to have to knock off in a minute, and I've got to pop out with the wife because we've got to go down the bank and put a load of like coins into the PTA account. But yeah, we'll get something planned in, get something scheduled in, and we'll get it all set up so we're working. If we're working on the same setup and whatever else, it makes a lot of sense, you know what I mean? So. Alright, sweet. Let's drop me a line, mate, and we'll get something planned in then for when you're off. Sound, mate, sound. Yeah, it'll be nice to get it rolling, won't it? And have a nice little side project going on for the start of the new year. Yeah, see, if we can turn it around quick enough, then yeah. So I know later on there's quite hefty numbers of models, so again we want to be economical with the amount of work we've got to do. Well, if we get to that last bit, we can deal with it, can't we? Because we know there's merit in there. We know what we're working for then, because if we've got enough people who've bought into the first two, they're almost certainly going to follow up and have the second set. Yeah, how you doing? Oh man. See, in contrast, I'm still starving. Ouch. Right. Let's position him first, and then I'll do patches. Better auto group, hadn't I? Otherwise I'm going to end up with loads of issues trying to move things around. Possibly. Right, let's go. Why couldn't he have a pipe wrench? Why do you need a pipe wrench, sorry? Well, he could have. He's got to have a mace. He said it has to be an actual mace. I could totally imagine this guy busting up a rat with a pipe wrench. I was going to wait for Hayley to call me and tell me she's on the way home. No point in me trying to knock off early to go and help her if she's staying on at school for a bit. Now realistically, you shouldn't have all of this billowy coat kind of business going on, because he's inside the tavern as a patron. But he's a bit too badass now for me. I quite like him. I want to keep him as a I'd rather have the appeal of a character that's got a bit of dynamic movement going on, a bit of something interesting. I think I might put his cage. Oh, balls! I might put the rat cage in this hand. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, this is definitely a more modern character, isn't it? I mean, in Mordheim, he'd become a Skaven hunter, wouldn't he? So it'd be you have to amp up the size of the rat skulls on his gear. I always liked the Skaven. I used to collect Skaven as an army though years ago. My main Warhammer armies were Skaven, Vampire Counts, and I had Dogs of War as well. I did have some Bretonians for a while, but I was less keen on them. Yeah, Skavens is like, you know, we're just going to make monsters out of everything. I don't know if they will. I mean, I think they had an opportunity when they did the Cursed City. I mean, the Cursed City should have been more done. I'm disappointed it wasn't, to be honest, but... Yep, just a second ago. Nah, I made it before, mate. It's a reused asset. Made it a while ago for another character. What, you think you just missed me making in time, Ace? I mean, I work quickly, but I don't think I'm quite that quick. Yeah, no worries, mate. You get going. I say I'll be. I'm gonna get this dude posed as fast as I can and try and get him done before the wife comes back. And his job done for the day then. So you crack on, mate. Get yourself to bed. Or geared up for bed at least. And I'll catch up with you later. Thanks for joining today, mate. Take it easy, man. Yeah, I was thinking that the other day. It'd been a while since we'd had a chat on stream properly. But my streaming's been interrupted all over the place recently, so it's likely because of that, I think. But no worries, mate, no worries. There you go. Slung a club over his shoulder. she's pushing it. She wants to go to the bank today. Make sure you jump on Discord and send us pictures, dude. Oh, guys, here comes my summons call. Let me just pick up the calls the wife. Guys, give me a minute. I'm just going to put you in a BRB. I've just got to run back and check something in the house. I'll just be 2 minutes. Okay guys, I'm back. Turns out I'm not needed for the bank, she's gone on her own. So, I'm just going to carry on and get this guy finished. Right, so we're going to go for elbow patches. Put some stitching in. Do another one on that one. Let's smooth out all this first because it looks like the elbow geometry stretched. Hey Bill, how are we doing matey? Long time no speak. Hope you're keeping well. Tell you mate, every time I have to do any chainmail or anything like that, I say a little thank you to you. that little brush idea you came up with was genius. Yeah, I bet you're busy, man. What are you up to at the moment? What's your main kind of priorities at the moment? To be honest, mate, it works perfectly for what I need it for now. It was just that, let's call it, that quality improvement on the actual design over what I was doing before with the donut mail. So it's as it is for what I need it for. It's absolutely spot on. Oh, I fetched myself a sneaky coffee while I was rummaging around in the house. A secret World War II range, nice. And Paige, what stuff are you doing for your Patreon? Are you doing like historical stuff, or is it like the fantasy type? Maybe sci-fi or... For me, it's a case of like once you've got something that works, just crack on with it and just use it. Because I haven't got the time or patience for like the fiddling and tweaking and all this. I mean, yeah, one of the regulars has been working on this like fantastic, and they look incredible, but they're like braid brushes. Honestly, God, I would not have the patience to do it. Like the amount of tinkering it must take to get a curve to kind of to do what it needs to do for this thing to work. But the brushes are amazing. Yeah. Do you know, Bill? I'm in the same boat at the moment. Patreon's a grind at the moment. I can't be dealing with. It's I'm having to do these models every month, and the problem is like the Patreon subscriptions are down, the Tribe subscriptions are down. I don't know what's happening over on my mini factory at the moment, but Tribe subscriptions are down. I think part of it's my fault for running behind and falling behind, but I'm falling behind because the subscriptions are down. I'm having to do commissions to kind of bring up my income, and it's where Patreon and stuff used to be my primary income. It's now kind of like, you know, it's a very kind of like minor bit really. And the amount of models I'm doing every month really doesn't justify the amount of effort I'm putting in. So, I mean, I'm charging like 450 quid a model, so this guy would be a 450 quid figure if I was sculpting for a client. But this model is going to be released along with, where are they now? This one. Along with these two and another 4 or 5. So there'll be about 8 of them all in all by the time I've finished this set, and this is for last month's release. So 450 quid, 450 quid, 450 quid. By the time I've done 10 of them, that's £4.5 grand's worth of sculpting. If I'm getting £1,000 out of it, I'm lucky. Do you know what I mean? So it's like I'm undercharging myself by a grand. I should be putting out 2 or 3 models a month really for what I'm earning on it. And obviously it's a time sink, isn't it? Because obviously you have to put the time in to make the models and all that kind of business, and it's just it's like I say, it's trying to make it pay off is hard. And it's frustrating for me because I was there, you know what I mean? At one point I had the numbers and I was there fine, and then I had all the palaver with my mini factory and all that kind of business, and really never recovered after that really, as far as subscriptions go. Let's do some, let's tatter up the bottom of these nice and good. But we're doing crystal collapse as our next big thing, and discussed it in great length, and we're only going physical with that. We're not going to be doing them digitally. See, back when I first started, I was doing $7 a month, and that's the kicker, because like 2019, November 2019, I think I did about $7 grand, and then everything was going fine until like COVID happened, and then the entire arse fell out of the marketplace. It got so saturated because obviously every man and his dog who had the ability to sculpt anything kind of jumped on the bandwagon. So yeah, it's been a tough few years. But yeah, Tribes coming on board. Tribes going live was the one that killed me, to be honest. Yeah, with the Patreon stuff, like I say, once once the market got saturated, I found myself like not able to compete at all with the kind of the newfound expectation that was set by all these studios that come along and started releasing like stupid amounts of models for ridiculously low prices. Yeah, I have to say I do like the shows. We're doing, like I say, with Crystal Collapse, we're releasing that. That is purely a physical product. We're not going to be selling any digital stuff for that. We might do little bits of scenery as digital releases and things, but we're not going to be doing any actual physical, any digital miniatures. Partly because of the piracy issues. I'm sick of these bloody Telegram channels that you just can't do anything about. It's like they've got the right to pirate your stuff. I can't get my head around it. Like, there's nothing you can do to stop them. But yeah, the big studios have completely they've killed it. I mean, because they can obviously do a lower price and sell all the stuff, and they can, because they've got the investment and stuff in there already, they can win on weight of numbers. You know, 8, 9, 10,000 subscribers every month. You know, if it's like $5 a head, that's still a lot of money. Do you know what I mean? And they pay half a dozen Filipino artists a few hundred quid a pop to make some models for them, and that's it. You know, they're good. So the overheads aren't even going to be that high for them. They spend most of it on the marketing, I imagine. But I was talking to a guy called Jesse who runs Red Clay Collectibles. I think he lives in Mexico, he says, but he really struggled with it because he released when he set up Red Clay. He's a sculptor himself, but he wasn't doing the sculpting on it. He'd outsourced it to one of these studios, to one of these studios in the Philippines, to make the models for him. And he was spending a lot of money every month, and unfortunately for him, I think it was about $5 out of pocket every month. And basically what happened was he decided he was gonna like basically do what like Bite the Bullet and Loot and these other guys had been doing, where they rock up and basically announce a new studio, and it's loads of models, over quality, over the top on detail for the sculpts. All the stuff that basically everybody else has been doing basically comes along and tries to copy their model. And yeah, unfortunately, when he did it, there was just a missing ingredient from the formula or something like that. It just didn't work. He couldn't emulate it, and even with that massive spend every month on the sculpts, he was losing money. And I think after about 4 or 5 months, it was so much out of pocket, he'd had to stop, go back to just sculpting himself and just release what he could release. Yeah, the even like the, let's say, even the big studio kind of model and stuff, it isn't guaranteed your success. There's more to it, and I don't know what that is. Yeah, and this is the thing, like, people's expectations are kind of, you know, like what I used to offer. I used to do 7 models for like a tenner a month, $10 a month, something like that. I think it was $8 a month. No, it was 10. $10 a month for like about 7 models, and it was fine. It went well. I say I did about $7 a month, and it was really kind of good in terms of like the you know, the uptake and people's reception to it and everything else. And then after COVID, when everything happened and the prices changed and everybody's expectations moved, suddenly it wasn't very good value for money for people. And I did 1 month where I released 45 miniatures in a month. I managed to do, like a machine. And that month I had somebody leave the Patreon stating not enough value for money as the reason they left, and I was like, do you know what, this is just insane. I don't want to play this game anymore. Yeah, it is a shame. So the whole thing with Jesse was like, everything he did was right, and it just didn't work. Here he is. Yeah, I've found myself in the same trap, to be honest. And I've said I'm taking a break from what I was doing. So no, mate, it's fine. It's nice to speak to somebody who's experiencing the same troubles. Obviously, anybody else who's watching, they won't necessarily be aware of all of this kind of stuff from our end of things, about how kind of weird it can be. But I've spent 2.5-3 years sculpting stuff for Descent into Avernus, and like it's probably going to take me another 2 years to finish everything. And like I can't even face the thought of doing nothing but Descent into Avernus models for the next 2 years. Do you know what I mean? That's like, I'm like sitting there kind of going, I need a break from that, man. Cheers, Bill. So yeah, so what I've said is like, I've got this. I mean, this guy is for Descent into Avernus still. He's one of the models I need to do for the Kickstarter I did. So I've got a few models I'm committed to, which is for the Elfsong Tavern and a couple of other little bits. I've got a few of these kind of things that I've already committed to. Get these guys done, and then after that I'll have a little break and go back to doing some of the other stuff, because I think the other problem is, like, which I think I've definitely done here, absolutely definitely done it, I've committed myself to a massive undertaking, doing the Descent into Avernus stuff every month, and like obviously when I started doing it, there was a lot. I was doing mostly heroes and stuff, and I moved away from doing the heroes to do like the Descent into Avernus things, thinking that, you know, it gives me a theme every month. It gives me kind of like, you know, purpose for the release and stuff, and I'm going to think so much about what am I going to sculpt because I know what's coming up in the campaign and whatever. And then obviously if people are playing the game, it gives them, you know, the fodder they need for playing it. The flip side of that is that it's a huge commitment, and then people who weren't interested in it have disappeared and gone elsewhere. So the things that people were subscribing for, when I changed model ops, I've lost subscribers and stuff, and it might be due to me changing my the nature of my releases. But yeah, so we've got Crystal Collapse coming soon. That's gonna be kind of early next year, first quarter of next year. It'll be shipping hopefully, so we can get pre-orders up on that in the next like week or two hopefully. Just waiting for a video to be done, a marketing video. Well, this is the thing, and this is what I'm saying, mate. It's like, it's so easy to kind of get tied into doing something like that, and then, you know, you tie your horse to this bloody cart, and then it doesn't kind of reward you like you want it to. That's the danger. I think this dude's done. Oh, patches on his coat. No, this is just a D&D character. He's actually just an irrelevant NPC as it happens. I've just ended up making him look like a badass. I quite like him. One of my favourite sculpts recently. He's literally just a tavern patron who's standing around drinking, so yeah, he's well over the top for what he needs to be. I started him at 10 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock now, so 4 hours. Cheers, Bill. Add some topology here so I can do my mask. That's a sharper mask, cleaner, better. Getting with my stitching. 120 mil. Oh, cheers, Bunker. I've just done it though. Literally just saved. But thank you. Yeah, I know. I am going to do the run to the shops with Hayley now. I had to run back in here to make sure she hadn't left the bags of money in the thing she got me in the car with her. She's going to go on her own. Because she's like, by the time she gets home, she's then got to turn around and go back. And she ain't left herself enough time, so she's just going to go straight to the bank, drop them off herself. It's chucking down outside. We've got flood warnings popped up on the forecast. And there we go. No, do you know what? We had what night was it now? Saturday night, I think it was. Saturday night about 10 o'clock. We had snow for about an hour and a half, and then we had rain, and it rained away. There was like a bit of hail or something like that at some point. So yeah, so we had that, and that's literally it. That's all we've had. I'm gonna call this guy done. Really like him actually. Yeah, Phil had some snow as well. But he says he always gets it because he's on the northeast coast. Let's get some of these lines defined. Yeah, 32 mil, Bill. Let's duplicate him. Merge, Dynamesh. just getting the hand here. I'm just going to inflate the inside before I merge that clubbing, because then it'll just fill in some of those gaps between the fingers and stuff. Perfect. Oh, sorry now. I'm just trying to dink up the side of this. I thought I was using. I put my trim brush on because I was going to try and like dink up the clean edges of this crossbow so it looks a little bit more battered. And then I thought I'd got the damn standard on for adding scratches. So we're using totally the wrong glue tool. Trying to put scratches on it. Jesus Christ. Let's turn RGB off. I always forget to do that. A few little dents in the metal. I just find these kind of tatty characters with like battered armour and battered weapons as well. I just find them far more interesting. How do I get the skeleton for orientation? Do you know what? I don't even know, mate. It was I don't like it. I hate it being there. I keep meaning to change it back. Let me go and have a little look. I think if I remember right, you go to preferences, cam view. There it is. And just click on next, and it cycles through a bunch of different ones. What's annoying me is this thing at the top isn't rotating anymore. I'm sure it used to go. Right guys, so there we go, one rat catcher done. There you go, and a badass one at that. Very clearly not the right bloody render set there. Okay, much better. There we go, let's save that. And then we'll start on a halfling tomorrow, I think. Okay, so tomorrow's one is Lala Stout, neutral evil, lightfoot halfling spy with a scar-faced burglar flipping a coin. So a little female halfling burglar. That'll be tomorrow's sculpt. And then I might also, depending on if I keep her quite light on detail, I may also get onto Willow Brown Bug. So again, it'll be another female halflings. There'll be two female halflings in the set, so she should be quite well. I should be able to use the base of one of them, copy it, and then update the detail. Okay, so guys, I'm gonna wrap this up here. Let's see if anybody's on, so we can do a bit of a raid out. Yep, let's go for Mike. Mike's up online. Let's go and raid him out, and I'll be back with you guys tomorrow. Bill, thanks for joining, mate. Ping me a message offline if you want. Keep the chat going. I'll be back doing some supports and other bits and bobs and getting some prints running, so yeah, I'll be around. In the meantime, guys, thank you all for joining me again today, and I'll catch you later, taters. Thanks so much. Adios, people.